Where should I begin? In the moments of fatigue. After coming to from a period of inattentiveness, to rediscover that fire for life and for activity. Every day we experience this waking up process. And we could easily apply this waking up process to being involved in any number of activities that we find important or meaningful. And surely it's the case that before we engage in certain activities, we may have this strong feeling or desire that's contrary to participating in such behaviors. Now, such desires, such feelings of a contrary manner are the bane of the soul. And just as in the case of transformation and fundamental change of one's disposition or outlook on life, the microcosm of such profound change, which again might include something as simple as waking up in the morning, going to work, getting warmed up for a workout, it is the surmounting of that pull towards the inattentive, towards the darkness, towards the relieving, towards the restful. And that call and that frustration that we experience because we can see what it is up high, but we don't like what we see on the immediate path to get to the on high, to get to the warmed up version of ourselves, to be the active participant. And I think because of this way about us, about human nature, it's necessary that we have certain pious practices. The Proverbs offer us that in spades. Certainly exercise offers that to us. Prayer offers that to us. Asking for forgiveness. recognizing what one is thankful for. So here we will continue with Proverbs, chapter 15. A soft answer turns away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. The tongue of the wise uses knowledge aright, but the mouth of fools pours out foolishness. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the evil and the good. A wholesome tongue is a tree of life, but perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. A fool despises his father's instruction, but he that regards reproof is prudent. In the house of the righteous is much treasure, but in the revenues of the wicked is trouble. The lips of the wise disperse knowledge, but the heart of the foolish does not so. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. The way of the wicked is an abomination unto the Lord, but he loves him that followeth after righteousness. Correction is grievous to him that forsaketh the way, and he that hates reproof shall die. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more than the hearts of children of men? A scorner loves not one that reproveth him, neither will he go unto the wise. A merry heart makes a cheerful countenance, but by sorrow of the heart the spirit is broken. The heart of him that has understanding seeks knowledge, but the mouth of fools feeds on foolishness. All the days of the afflicted are evil, but he that is of a merry heart has a continual feast. Better is a little fear of the Lord than great treasure and trouble therewith. Better is a dinner of herbs, where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. A wrathful man stirreth up strife, but he that is slow to anger appeaseth strife. The way of the slothful man is a hedge of thorns, but the way of the righteous is made plain. A wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish man despises his mother. Folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom, but a man of understanding walketh uprightly. Without counsel purposes are disappointed, but in the multitude of counselors they are established. A man has joy by the answer of his mouth, and a word spoken in due season, how good is it! The way of life is above to the wise, that he may depart from hell beneath. The Lord will destroy the house of the proud, but he will establish the border of the widow. The thoughts of the wicked are an abomination to the Lord, but the words of the pure are pleasant words. He that is greedy of gain troubles his own house, but he that has gifts shall live. The heart of the righteous studieth to answer, but the mouth of the wicked poureth out evil things. The Lord is far from the wicked, but he hears the prayer from the righteous. The light of the eyes rejoices the heart, and a good report makes the bones fat. The ear that hears the reproof of life abideth among the wise. He that refuseth instruction despiseth his own soul, but he that hears reproof getteth understanding. The fear of the Lord is the instruction of wisdom, and before honor is humility. So that concludes chapter 15. So what can we make of it? What wisdom can we gain? A soft answer turns away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. So the first question is, what is a soft answer? For if we know this, we can understand why it turns away the more extremes of our responses, the more extremes of our anger, this wrath. So first, of softness, what can we say of its quality? We could say that it's fair in nature. We can say that it is pleasurable to touch. And perhaps in the literal sense, a soft answer could be an answer that is spoken softly. But I don't think that quite encapsulates the entirety of it. Because certainly we can say a calm disposition can lead to a general calming effect, and it may have some nullifying effect on one's wrath. But we have to remember, wrath is something distinct from anger. It denotes a degree of severity to anger. And so the softness of our words, in terms of the volume, the intensity, can only do so much to sway that anger. Now there are possible interpretations that we could go down to say that soft is sort of a negative context. But in the broader context of this verse, it's not seen as a negative, so we shall not go down that path. So we must think of soft as something that is delicate. Perhaps we can include the softness of volume. But I think also we have to think of the softness of our behavior, of our facial expressions. For something soft is receptive. Perhaps it's warm, it's a motherly embrace. It is a fatherly understanding. Now this embrace is inviting. It's disarming to a certain degree, because the space that one is being invited into is not one of a threatening kind. It is not an authoritarian rationalism. Because even if one is correct in their assessment, this top-down, rationalistic, you ought, this behavior is wrong, calm down, you're being disruptive, any number of things could be said of somebody that is in a state of wrath, that has wrath. But rather, like a fire, when smothered, the lack of oxygen, it diffuses its heat, its rage. And I think this softness has a similar quality. Again, it's an encapsulating thing. It is one of understanding, of listening, of decisiveness, of strategy. Now it turns away wrath, but it does not turn away the person. It has a calming effect on the heart. The person is invited to stay, under the condition that they sacrifice their wrath. in order that they may gain understanding and that softness, that calmness. But grievous words stir up anger. Of course, this is the opposite side of the coin. This is the poking and the prodding of an already agitated person. This could be an authoritarian rationalism. We've all encountered situations where we were not in the mood to be polite to a person, and what we say is rather direct, it's sharp. And for a person that is in a particular sensitive state of mind, this can be quite provoking. It could stir up those feelings of the heart. Now, for something to be grievous, it's quite severe. This could be in the form of a personal assault, perhaps a form of manipulation. It is something that has truth to it, but like a dagger, it is sharp, and it's meant to pierce. It is meant to pierce the soft, forgiving nature of the heart, and to have it yield to the more, not necessarily destructive, but mind-numbing aspects of our responsiveness. That is the flood of adrenaline that perverts all of our higher senses, our sense of reason, our sense of discernment. Procedural matters take a back seat. We're not so concerned about the truth of a situation in which we feel that we have been seriously assaulted. It's fight or flight in a certain sense. And this flows nicely into the second verse. The tongue of the wise uses knowledge all right, but the mouth of fools pours out foolishness. Now this is a verse that we have seen before, specifically the part about the mouth of the fools pours out foolishness. But in the beginning of this verse, the tongue of the wise uses knowledge all right. It's always interesting to see the big three, I might call it, that is wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Three words that seem to have relation. We may confuse one for the other. They have, although they are separated by a certain nature, they also share certain qualities. It's a difficult exercise to truly flesh out what it means to be wise and what it means to know. But for the sake of brevity, since we have seen this before, it is likely that when we say knowledge, it refers to that which is graspable, it is obtainable. We can say it is understandable. I hesitate to reduce it to items that we collect, like a material item, let's say. But instead of this material item, it's this memory that is stored in our mind. I think knowledge, in a way, is like this. But it is not just one thing. We can know a procedure. We can know something in terms of a sensory understanding, a recognition of a face. Perhaps something that's more immediate. The pressure through our sensory receptors as we sit in a chair that continually reminds us not only that we sit in this chair, but also that it is necessary to move Otherwise, the vessels that supply the skin and the muscles in that region will be occluded, and if one sits long enough, then the cells in that area will perish. And we are reminded by our bodily senses that it is necessary to move. Much of this processing and even awareness, I think, is done beneath the surface of the rational, of the directed mind. We can form maps that are more broader integrations of our sensory information. I mentioned but just one of the sensory inputs that we have. We have many: vision, hearing, proprioceptive, all of which contribute to our understanding of the world. And although our subjective experience is prone to flaw, much of our day-to-day and our existence would be quite difficult if we did not let things be. That is to say, to go on continuing to exist on a matter of faith and belief. Faith and belief in a certain way of things, partly based on our experience, partly perhaps based on our abstract learning and understanding of the world. Plato says that knowledge is no easy matter, but it is likely a process. It's something that we do to create a certain account, that we draw into an idea or a thought, something that is observed, some pattern that is recognized. And from that pattern, we may test it, we may reflect on it further, we may give it a judgment, and then return to that account. We may continue this process over and over, either to confirm our suspicions, to deny them, or just to give us further confidence in what we know. And so this knowledge, in some sense, is beyond us. It comes to us from the outside world, from the heavens, from the earth. We integrate it the best we can. But I think it's a testament to the human mind and the ability that he or she has to direct all of this information and to form some sophisticated understanding of reality and of their place in it. And I think that this is approaching wisdom. It is understanding where to direct one's attention in the face of all of the sensory inputs, and how to retain the most relevant and important of information. And this question of relevance is very important. The question of the ought is very important. And for a person of faith, they understand that this question of the ought, again, just like our perception and experience of reality, flawed and potentially deceiving as it might be, that is not an excuse to believe contrary to that idea that there is truth to be known and to be had. Specifically, but not limited to, the matters of the ought and moral decisions and ethical decisions. Because it is through this framework, through this filter, our filter of belief, whether we believe that we actually have one or not, we all have one. And the more effective this filter, the more judicious, the more ethical, the more upright, the more righteous, the better directed our knowledge becomes. And so this is what this verse is referring to. It is referring to this speech, this direction of speech. It refers to the experience of life and the path that it takes. And the prudent person, the one that has control of their faculties, who is aware of their selves and their experiences, and wishes to be, to a degree, selfless, but also independent and an individual. The tongue of the wise uses knowledge aright, but the mouth of fools pours out foolishness. Fairly straightforward saying. Just like many verses in the Proverbs, this is the other side of the coin, where foolishness is a lack of good sense, a lack of good judgment, is stupidity. The accounts that we give the fool and his accounts that he gives to his judgments are poor. They are not wise. They are not directed. They are not, how would we say, efficiently directed, but it's more than just efficiency. They're not prudently directed. They're not sacrificed, we can say, to something that is higher than the narrow confines of the self, which can create this unfortunate fetid odor of limited experience, of selfish desire. The eyes of the Lord are in every place, beholding the good and the evil. Again, just like in many proverbs, it seems like it's something that is straightforward, but every proverb is a call to engagement. This book is a book of reciprocation. We interact with it as if it is a living thing. The Proverbs, and that of all wise sayings, I think are akin to a seed that is placed in the substrate of the mind for it to grow. It becomes something beyond the individual, if the individual accepts the responsibility and chooses to be willing to sacrifice that part of themselves that would otherwise remain looking downward, being inattentive, not curious. So the eyes of the Lord, this is a big symbol. Not only are we discussing the qualities of this word, Lord, or God, whatever, we're giving this word, Lord, identifiable characteristics that are common to man, understandable to man. That is, our vision is a primary way by which we understand reality, the way we see reality. And in this way, the eye is both a physical metaphor, but also a symbolic one. For we would have difficulty identifying what the eye of the Lord is, but given that we have eyes and we understand their purpose and their function, we can draw out that purpose, regardless of the physical form. For the physical form is useless without purpose, we could say. It is just some material substrate. Of course, quite advanced. It is more than just some seemingly undirected rock. But even rock has its own organization and structure to it. The main point being here that purpose does matter, meaning does matter. And so if we separate this symbol from that physical metaphor for a moment, at least we take the purposefulness out of it, and we say of man, what of this purposefulness of the eye can we say of God? So we may say something of seeing. Okay, another analogy that seems to be tied to the world, to the earth, I should say. Another question is it possible not to use words that tie us to the earth? Would it be false if we did otherwise? Would our abstraction beyond these symbols and readily relatable words move us far afield, like our discussions in the last chapter? That is the self that is confined and removed from his physical experience is far afield. The two are so disconnected that one becomes susceptible to delusion and to imprisonment in one's own mind. So in the spirit of progress here, for actually discussing something that's meaningful and purposeful, I think it's okay that we leave our physical tethering. But I think it is prudent that we look at this tethering and we follow exactly where that string or that piece of yarn is coming from. And to return to the starting line, I would say that the fundamental uniting quality between the eye of man and the eye of God is meaning. It is the recognition of pattern. But what can we say of the meaning of meaning? How do we define meaning? We touched on this in the last verse, with that of knowing. How can we say that we know something, and how can we say that something means something? We can go on this trajectory of reduction, but I'm not sure we would exactly find it in that manner. Because of meaning, I could say that it is something that is meant by a word. It is a definition. But if I were to define I, that it is something of seeing, we would repeat our discussion, that of the physical and that of the abstract, or that of the meaningful. And that of the meaningful, we can say that the eye sees, it perceives, it takes in information, but it doesn't just take in information. It does something to the information. It perceives it. But what is this perception? What does it mean for the conscious mind to hold something, and thereby to know something? And before one might think that this is another diversion, we have to remember that man is created in the image of God, and to understand the image of man is to understand at least a reflection of God. Now perhaps a correction is necessary here. I said that the eye takes in information and it perceives it. Of course, that's not technically correct. For our perception involves a large structure of many different elements that communicate with one another. But the point is all the same, because eventually we are talking about the self, and exactly how the self finds something meaningful, how the self defines something, how the self believes that there's any concreteness to the reality that they are finding themselves in. This awareness that seems to be synonymous with, or at least to a degree, with that of vision. If God is to see something, if we are to see something, we are to be aware of its existence. We are to identify the boundaries that make it something. We do this so casually we don't think about it much, but there are many objects in my direct line of sight even now that I'm able to identify as distinct from other objects. Now, if we are to imagine a supreme eye, an eye that looks above all things, that can see all objects, that can see all patterns, that can see something as broad and even as microscopic in certain instances as the good and as the evil, I think we can appreciate that this eye is looking, in a certain sense, down at the world, down at the realm of things. And just as one perceives an object in their direct line of vision, they also can perceive good and evil. And it's interesting in this way that we use vision. Because as I see the objects in front of me, I know somehow they're a matter of experience. That if I were to view something in front of me, I could not objectify good or evil directly, as if it were something that was freely floating in my room. There are many things that are invisible to me. It is possible that the patterns of good and the patterns of evil are invisible, and it's not until they are personified that they are perceivable. Personified as in embodied in a human character, or perhaps even in the behavior of an animal. It's interesting that the one conscious, self-conscious, self-aware being seems to be the only thing that can recognize evil, but also at the same time has a particular knack for performing evil, and it's because of his awareness that it seems to exist. Now, I don't make the case that it exists only in our minds, but rather that I would say consciousness affords a certain way of seeing. And more importantly, I would say that a limited consciousness such as our own is such an unfortunate situation, because it seems we are chained to our experiences in a certain manner. It's difficult exactly to describe, but there's something in the way of, in the Platonic realm of forms, that something is identifiable through abstraction, and yet through vision it seems so limited. But this limitation, just like many physical phenomena, are beyond that of human perception. Although they still exist, we can detect them through measurement. And so the unifying spirit, the unifying being, is God, the eyes being everywhere, perceiving everything, beholding good and evil, just as man can see and observe an object. This divine and supreme conscious mind can see and perceive good and evil. A wholesome tongue is a tree of life, but perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit. Now we consider wholesome something that has integrity, something that I would like to say is innocent of committing certain crimes against, or I should say the breaking of certain laws, crimes against certain laws. These laws are of a divine nature. A man-made law may reflect that of the divine nature. That if the divine law, let's say, is thou shalt not kill, laws that say murder is illegal would be a reflection of that. And so this wholesomeness is the innocence in the court of the divine. And the speech that they use is like a tree of life. That is, it is something that springs of a seemingly unintelligible substrate. Through that substrate, it brings intelligibility to it. It spreads its branches. The possibilities for life increase by its action, by its existence. It reaches out into the heavens from its earthly place, fixed to the earth. And here we have a mathematical equivalent, that this innocence in the speech that comes from the innocent tongue is like this grasping and reaching higher, as the tree does as it grows, as it spreads out in all different directions. Now, of course, this tree is associated with life here. It is the tree of life. While it may not at one moment be the tree of consciousness and awareness, life itself is a directed, principled thing. That this innocence in the eyes of the divine order leads to a particular direction of growth, a particular perpetuation of life. Now we are born to this reality and we grow up into it and reach up through it. Our branches emit the light of the conscious mind, illuminate the surround, allow us to consider the future, to continue this experience, to continue to shed light on that which we find, that environment in which we find ourselves. But perverseness therein is a breach in the spirit being the essence of something. In a way, we can think of it as a part of something that is not the whole of something. But it is fundamental to the thing that it is of. Like the smell of a fire from a fire that is burning. And this perverseness, this guilt, in the eyes of the divine order, is something that cuts through the essence like a knife. It cuts through that part of the being slowly, And I say slowly because the spirit is of the being, but again it is but a part, just as that smoke is to the fire a fundamental quality. Without the fire, that smoke, that smell, perhaps even the heat, would not exist. And to put a breach, let's say, in the smell of that fire or in the heat of its flame, it is to disrupt something fundamental about it. It is as to give someone poison. While the fire may not go out, if its heat is not felt immediately, just like as if one drinks poison, they will not die immediately. But we know that the process has been set in motion. A smothered fire will go out. A man who drinks poison will die. A breach in the spirit surely will be the death of a soul. And a soulless man, I'm not sure, can survive a conscious experience without succumbing to some major cognitive delusion, deception, dissonance, addiction. A fool despises his father's instruction, but he that regards reproof is prudent. Now we have seen this verse before. In chapter 13, he that spares his rod hates his son, but he that loves him chasteneth him betimes. And the father's instruction, so the verse in chapter 13 I think is more expansive. It encompasses more than verse 5 here in chapter 15. And so I will not spend too much time on this verse as a consequence. But of this verse, we can say that of a father's instruction, what we are hearing, we can imagine a best case scenario or a worst case scenario. But a father, regardless of the scenario, is somebody that we can learn from. We can learn from their experience. We can learn from their behavior, good or bad. And instruction provides us with a moment, it provides us with a time of reflection. In the ideal scenario or situation, the instruction of a father is that of guidance. It is bounded by love. It is meant to allow the seed that is that son or the daughter to grow and to expand. And so to deny that is to, in a sense, deny one's own growth and maturity. And the prudent one regards reproof, because the only way to learn is to listen to one's failures. And it's difficult to accept when one has made a mistake, or when one is being lectured to by somebody else that knows more, even if it is in, or I should say especially in the cases of a particular way of reproof. That is, perhaps the reproof is rough around the edges. Although it may be true, it's presented in such a way that almost immediately provokes feelings and response. And it's hard to remain humble in these situations. But the prudent person is the discerning person. They are the judicious person. They are looking out for the care of the future. They have care for the future. And as a result, they must regard this reproof regardless where it comes from, or how it is presented, if it is true. In the house of the righteous is much treasure, but in the revenues of the wicked is trouble. I think this verse is a good point to stop and reflect on the subject of levels. Now, what do I mean by that? So keeping in mind, in the house of the righteous is much treasure, I'm reminded of our current situation. To speak of this broadly, our current situation being the situation of the American people in 2023. More broadly, I can say the predicament that is left open to any free people of any free society, that burden of liberty that they must bear, and how they ought to live their lives with such a responsibility. In the house of the righteous is much treasure. Surely we can imagine a scenario in which a house of somebody is filled with treasure. A certain type of treasure. We may walk into a home and we may see its beauty, its grandness, the sophistication of the architecture, the beauty of the paintings that they have hanging on their walls. The softness of their sheets, and the abundance of their material goods. And by the same token, it is possible that the very person that has achieved such success in this way, in this manner, have achieved it through antagonistic ends, immoral ends. As a child conceived in rape. A difficult situation, but it's a matter of levels here. We have to see. Because the house has treasure of a certain type. We'll have to pause on the nature of treasure for a moment. But to reflect on this, we can imagine that a righteous person's house may not look all that different. It may be full of all of the similar items that I mentioned. And yet their behavior, their strivings, what they do in life is different than this person who has conceived their prosperity through coercion, and not by consent. And this analogy of rape, I think, is a fundamental one. Again, if we bring back into focus the liberal order and the burdens of liberty that a free man or free woman has upon their shoulders, there are many today in American society that choose to spend their days raping not necessarily the land, but raping the opportunity that they have been given. And just like a man may rape a woman for pure sexual gratification, and is not much concerned about the child that is born to her, in a like manner, a man rapes a free society out of his desire for material goods and for social standing, without much care for the child that he has born. Perhaps this child is a business Perhaps it's a literal child that he doesn't pay any attention to. Perhaps it is the relationships that he has built in his life. They're not genuine relationships, but shallow, just deep enough for him to maintain them and to use them for a particular purpose, a superficial purpose. And so what of this predicament? What of this potential paradox? If the house of the righteous doesn't look all that different at initial standing from that of the man who may have abused what he has been given in terms of the liberal order and the freedom therein, what can we say of this? In the first instance, I think it would be untrue to say that there is no difference. The only reason that I may say, or that one may say, that there is no difference is because what we see most immediately when we enter that house, or we view it from the outside, or we look at the cars in the garage, these things are treasure, but they are treasure of a certain type. If we imagine the other things that we spoke of, that of this conception, a particular way of conceiving, and a particular type of attention to the value that was born. The difference is that the righteous is after the good. I'll have to put a placeholder there for a moment. Because just by saying the good, it provides us with a moment to remove ourselves from actually expounding. That is, what does it mean for the righteous person to live for the good? What is this true treasure that lies within his house? We mentioned the shallow relationships that are formed by the metaphorical rapist. The righteous man will form deep connections. As a matter of his character, he is concerned with the depth of experience. And not just the depth of experience, because the evil and the wicked could be just as concerned about depth of experience and of feeling. But the righteous person has this concern, but more than that, he is concerned how it is directed. And the matter of how things are directed in life is not an easy matter. A liberal society and the laws that are created are formed by a degree on convention. There are certain laws that most of us accept without hesitation. In a previous era, this may not have been so. We are lucky to have certain fundamentals that allow a society to function. And when I say function, I mean function in such a way that it remains to a degree coherent despite all of the openness and freedom of movement. And when I say coherence, when we see an object, it is a coherent thing. It's readily identifiable. In a free society, I think that these identifiers, these identities, are difficult to form because of such freedom of movement and such choice. But in the revenues of wicked is trouble. Of the wicked is trouble. So we've touched on this already. But there's something further here, because the analogy that I put forth about the man that takes without consent there's a number of questions that are raised. Exactly what is giving consent? And my response to that would be the divine order. That standard and convention of law that is above the mind of man, that is dependent upon the natural sway of reality, the natural sway that has been set forth, just like a river that flows from a mountain. It has a certain flow, a certain path to it. A man that receives any level, any gradation of abundance, whether it be material or otherwise, is always subject to this law. As a matter of this gradation, it's difficult to say that any of us are one or the other, truly righteous or truly wicked. I think we all, by nature of our uncertainty and lack of knowing, are guilty of certain crimes against a law for which we were unaware, but also innocent of many things, some of which we are aware and some of which we are not aware. The important thing is that a man, once he becomes aware of such things, of the rightness and wrongness of one thing, and as he increases his certainty of it, that if he commits a wrong, he commits himself to correcting that wrong, and not committing it again in the future. And if he in fact learns of something that he is innocent of, but now he knows the true nature of it, he commits himself to the consistent and regular acceptance of performing that behavior which had led him to that state of innocence in the first place. And on the flip side of that coin, just the opposite is true. In the case of the wicked, as opposed to the pure evil, they are concerned with selfish matters. What matters to them is that they prop themselves up, whether or not they learn if something is good or bad. If it is bad and it promotes their own selfish desire, then for them it doesn't matter. They consider it good all the same. If something that they do is good instead of bad, perhaps they are unconcerned about the nature of that good or bad, or they use goodness as a form of leverage to get themselves in a position superior to another. But one more comment on the nature of this leveling of things. If we take this man at the beginning of our metaphorical exploration, that of this wicked person who has used the bride of liberty, taken her without her consent, used her in such a way that is contrary to the flourishing of that nation's posterity, whether or not it is known to him. I think this is a degree of wickedness that we see abundantly in our society. Our institutions have turned and have soured a bit. And yet many of us go on participating in them because they provide us with benefits. They make life easier. But I think in many situations, certainly not all, given that we are not all at once completely wicked, we make certain trade-offs, certain false sacrifices. In fact, verse 8 gets into this problem. It says, "The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight." They make unworthy sacrifices, unworthy trade-offs. Because one does some good, they feel that they are and they can afford some wickedness. But certainly over time, this way of thinking, this type of person, leads to the destruction of a certain order that allows them to participate in such a way. Surely this event, this experience is gradual, doesn't occur overnight. The judgment isn't harsh enough for any one particular individual to make much of a change until the society itself is in such a state of decay and the institutions are so poor and the language and meaning of things so hollowed, nominal, that a transformation is forced. A divine revelation or spark flows down from above and through the people as they see what it means. This judgment opens their eyes. The light begins to flood in. We can say the hand of God is made known in these events in our history. And I would say that the same is true on the way down as it is on the way up, of the descent and of the ascent. A divine revelation, I think, occurs in both instances. On the way down, it is necessary that a divine revelation takes place for it to stop its descent. A divine revelation is also necessary for it to begin an ascent. The lips of the wise disperse knowledge, but the heart of the foolish does not so. Another verse that is not new in the Proverbs. That this knowledge is light. It is the intelligibility of the world that we find ourselves in, of reality. It is a degree of truthfulness, where the heart of the foolish is a very simple person, but not simple in the respectful sense, but simple in the sense that these people are unconcerned about the finer things. Let's take, instead of using a primary definition, which is, I think, it's useful in certain situations, but not useful in every situation, because primary definitions give us more words by which we have to define. If we are to use the word in a specific context, or use the word in such a way that it creates a narrative, I think that we can formulate a better understanding of what the word means. It's more expansive than just saying a person who acts unwisely or imprudently, a silly person. Now this is good, as I've said, it's very useful to define a word in this way, and it provides us with a good sense of things. But in terms of unwise, in terms of imprudent, in terms of silly, again, we go down this reductive rabbit hole, because the words themselves are not grounded in any broader structure. We can do so by coming up with analogies and relating it to our own experiences, or to our observations. So let's pick an example here. Let's say that a man was fooled into spending money on a particular item. A man was fooled by a false promise, let's say. And so what does it mean in this case that this man was made a fool of? Well, in one instance, we could say that he was deceived, that what he believed was incorrect. And because of the very fact that he believed something that was incorrect, perhaps that he fell, another interesting use of the word to fall, to move from a higher state of being to a lower state of being, he fell for some deception. He was fooled into believing a person was of a particular nature when they actually were not. And so the fool, I think it's easy to characterize the fool as the bumbling idiot that wanders around the city center, not really making any sense. Perhaps schizophrenic. But this is not the entirety of the fool, just as we've discussed the nature of the poor. It's quite a bit more than just material substance, or that of the rich person for that matter. It's much more than their material abundance. So again, we have two things here. In the first instance, our vertical, which is a man that falls for something. He is fooled. A higher state of being to a lower state of being. A higher state of understanding to a lower state of understanding. And we also have, which may be one and the same, but the nature of the false belief. Not just the descent, but the false belief itself. That sort of triggers and causes this event. This is what is key. For what is it meant by having a false belief in something? And how does it cause this transformation, this negative transformation, we might say, to take place? Well, we could say that holding a particular model or framework of the way that things are is fundamental to the way that we act in the world. And if our model is disturbed, perhaps I should back up and explain why that is the case. Our actions depend on certain ideas and beliefs. Perhaps some of us may say it depends on certain desires, certain genetic predisposition, a conglomerate, a multifaceted problem by which we absorb information. It is filtered through our natural physical substrate. That is, again, our genetics, our natural processing power, but also the divine element of us, this natural variability that has become sophisticated enough to represent some sort of will and some sort of agency in a universe in which laws must be followed. Individual agents cannot break them on their own. And so while these agents are imperfect, they are participants in that world, and they are chained, if we'd like, to the laws of that world. I think in some sense the divine insight is a degree of self-reflection, is a degree of awareness of these laws. It's a degree of understanding and illumination and abstraction, perhaps, of something that is greater than these laws. Most importantly, in the Christian context, in the Abrahamic, the God of Abraham, in that context, we think of a reality that has fixed laws, but for a purpose, for some reason. The reason, just like the laws of nature, are relatively obscured to us, I could say. And that most of our immediate understanding, those of us who have not devoted ourselves to study of the natural world, have an intuitive understanding of the natural world based on what he is, his physical makeup, the sensors that his body possesses to take in that information from the physical world. But even those that study the natural world, who devote themselves to observation and scientific research, they remain ignorant to much of the reality that we find ourselves in. Now, this ignorance is by no means a detractor to that pursuit of scientific discovery. Rather, it should be the fuel to the fire. The less we know, the more we should want to know. Of course, the more we know exposes more, the more we do not know. And because of this exposure, I think it can create these cycles of insecurity, the perennial eating of the tree of knowledge, and the fall of man because of his pride in himself, his awareness of the self. And among these beings that are seemingly fumbling about in the darkness, seeing flashes here and there, seeing what they can, passing on the information of what was seen, trying to integrate them with flashes of light that are seen in the current generation, how they relate to those of past generations. The fool enters this story, enters this reality, as a particular type of being, a particular type of mind that, as I've said, is not all too concerned with a certain way of things. Is not concerned with the purpose, not concerned with the meaning, not concerned with the nature, not concerned with the laws that bind him. The fool is easily deceived, or the fool acts in such a way as to deceive others. And this deception, rather than paying attention to those flashes of lightning perhaps in the background that illuminate the reality that we find ourselves in, they wish to say something either willfully contrary, or they are so inattentive that they pay attention to something that deceives other people. And in this way, I think foolishness can enter into the human experience in many different ways. I myself certainly am not immune to foolishness. I don't think any of us are immune to foolishness, just as many of us are not immune to wickedness, and perhaps even evil, to a certain degree. Just as many of us are not aware of many of the laws that bind us, and even if we are aware of the laws that bind us, our conscious experience is not abstract enough, it's not elevated enough to continually implement these sophisticated structures of our reality. Many of our processing goes beneath the surface. If we had to pay attention to every little thing about our behavior and about the behavior of the natural world in our everyday experience, we wouldn't be able to attend to anything, get anything done. There's just too much information. We have to be able to sort things out in an efficient and well-directed, well-guided manner. And in such a way, this is a reflection of the divine. Of all of the possible information that is out there, we can call this the abundance of creation, the abundance of information, this explosion of information from some source. The point of the divine insight is the focusing of all of that information into something that is purposeful and tangible, reflected in every single one of our experiences in the human mind, as we are able to do such a task. But again, to reiterate, the heart of the foolish does not value, does not disperse knowledge. They do not disperse not only the light to see and to take in information, but they also do not disperse the attention to make sense of the light and the information that has been realized. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. Now we have touched on this verse. I managed to glimpse at it when I was reading verse, I believe it was 6. In the house of the righteous is much treasure, but in the revenues of the wicked is trouble. And now we are on verse 8. The sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord, but the prayer of the upright is his delight. So we have more interesting words here. Sacrifice. Wicked. Abomination. We must begin with sacrifice. What does it mean to sacrifice? And then by extension, we see very quickly in this verse that not all sacrifice is good, because the wicked can make sacrifices. And I think at this point it's useful to discuss the notion of nominalism, this in-name only phenomenon. That is to say that the language that we use, the words that we use, become so associated with a particular thing that what in fact begins to happen is that some people are referring to one particular definition, whereas others are now beginning to refer to it as something entirely different. And the thing about it is the two are somewhat related. And I say this specifically in the context of sacrifice, because we could think of sacrifices, and I think myself, I am guilty of this, as well as I can imagine many of my friends thinking in this way as well. If the word sacrifice is introduced without proper context, it may be thought of in a historical context, in a traditional context, in the context of an institutional sacrifice, where an animal may be sacrificed for a local deity or for the God, the one God. In other contexts, the same people will understand that sacrifice is something that is ubiquitous. Everybody makes sacrifices in life. We all have to make sacrifices. And I think that the dissonance, the cognitive dissonance between the two definitions can often be quite large. Because when we are discussing serious sacrifices, the either misinterpretation or poor understanding of the nature of sacrifice and attributing that superficially to an ignorant period with ignorant people sacrificing in such a way that doesn't make any sense to them in the modern world, versus the sacrifice that everybody knows in the modern world that applies to the modern person and their own everyday experience. The lack of being able to see the experience of the ancient person and apply it to the modern, I think, does us an unfortunate injustice, because we can't learn from our forefathers. Now, having said that, we can get into the nature of sacrifice, both as it applies to the ancients as it applies to us, because I think it is, at its core, fundamentally the same, if, on the surface, it appears different. Just as the fundamental value of a man is the same, regardless of the appearance of his skin. Now, a sacrifice is a surrendering of. It's a giving It is the giving of something valuable up, beyond oneself. Now I say beyond oneself, but we have to remember what I was talking about earlier in the context of gradations and in the context of layers of meaning. Because we can make an immediate sacrifice for beyond the self. We could sacrifice beyond the immediate desires of the heart to satisfy some long-term goal. But herein lies a degree of difficulty. Because the wicked, we could say of profoundly selfish individuals, they care not about the success of others. Their sacrifices, while they may deny them immediate gratification, what they do sacrifice in the moment is ultimately to expand their own self-interest in the long term. Now, an even further distinction, I think, can be made here, because even righteous people, they will sacrifice for themselves. The self has a certain fundamental value to it, but as a matter of level and as a matter of hierarchy, one must understand where the self ought to be placed. I think this is the key distinction, a subtle one certainly, easily missed, especially when we are talking about sacrifice. Because in this context, what we sacrifice, what we are sacrificing for, and what we are sacrificing to really matters. It is extremely important. In the case of the wicked, they are sacrificing to themselves. They elevate themselves above all else. And the sacrifices that they make in life is for the enrichment, the ultimate enrichment of the self. Now, of the upright, of the prayer of the upright, we can see, let's say, a proper prayer or a sophisticated prayer is a type of sacrifice. It takes a lot of attention. It takes a lot of self-reflection. It takes commitment, which goes with, and discipline, which goes with the attentiveness. In order to inflate this idea bubble, this prayer bubble, to send it out into this idea realm, to have it float within the conscious mind, in some sense, it does have to do with the self. But it is directed beyond the self. That we all desire certain things for ourselves. However, we desire it so that we can find a greater understanding of what it means to be a part of the reality that we are a part of, which fundamentally includes that which is outside of the self. And a prayer may be as simple as asking for forgiveness and exercising thought about ways in which an individual can be more selfless, perhaps care more for others instead of caring more for one's own interests. So the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination because it has nothing to do with God. They're giving up to their future selves with their current self in mind. They have no consideration for those who are around them. They have no consideration for their posterity. They have no consideration for the way that life is directed and how they ought to behave so they can follow that flow of life, that pattern of direction. I discussed that of the raping of one's opportunities. I think that applies here. That of the the sacrifice of the wicked. Because what the wicked must sacrifice, they probably don't even see it as a sacrifice. But what they do is that they rape. They take without proper consideration, proper, I want to say consent, but there has to be some reasonable divergence between that physical analogy and that of the rape of the opportunity, or of the, perhaps we can say, opportunity of mind, because we use rape in terms of the opportunity of freedom in a political context, of being a citizen of a free society, but of being, in this case, we are going, instead of the macrocosm, or on the scale of the nation, or of considering things in that facet, we are thinking of the microcosm of the individual and his relationship to God, not to his relationship to other men and other organizations of men. In this relationship, the most fundamental of relationships, the wicked are sacrificing their lives in a certain sense, the time, the attention that is devoted to what is good, they are turning down, they're looking down. This blackening of the gaze, or of the narrowing of the confines of this self for their own gratification, but what they are giving up is their liberation and their relationship to that divine entity. They are giving up the possibility of blooming as a flower blooms, and this is why it is an abomination. And in the same manner, but the prayer of the upright is his delight, because the prayer of the upright enhances this relationship, that plants the seed by which that flower will eventually grow and eventually bloom. It is this continual commitment to transformation and to self-orientation, to this alignment problem that now seems to face us with artificial intelligence, but has faced man since his inception with that of the divine order. The way of the wicked is an abomination unto the Lord, but he loves him that follows after righteousness. Okay, so we have an interesting comparison between these two verses. In the first instance, we have the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination, but now we have the way of the wicked is an abomination. And so I have to imagine that there's something within what we've talked about of the sacrifice of the wicked, and perhaps what is more fundamental is the way of the wicked. We must have touched on this to some degree. The answer is, well, how exactly did we touch on it? And what does it mean to follow a particular way? There's a lot of things that come to mind when I think of the way. I think of various things that I've heard of Eastern philosophy. I think of a path. When I think of the way, I think of the opposite of the wicked. I think of the righteous and the path that they walk. I think of the path in general. I live in the Chicagoland area, and anyone can look on a map. Along the outskirts of Chicago, there's this thin strip of woods that has a trail that runs through it. It runs all the way up to Wisconsin. And this path, I have walked it, I ran it. I spent many hours there. I ran many miles there. I've gone through many trials there. many tests. And the analogy of the path of the way is such a fundamental one, because it applies just as much as it does to running on the trail as it does to one's life. Whereas the running analogy is such a physical, embodied, visceral experience, and where the path of life is more broadened, it's abstract. It involves many different footsteps. It involves many different conversations and relationships. The way and the walking of this path moves to something that's so much greater than that of the physical analogy. It transcends time. It transcends space. It is no longer on that trail. It is no longer the hour to hour and a half that we're running it. And so if there's something that could be said of the way, in the first instance, we must say that it is something that transcends space, but also time. And the other thing that we could say here, not necessarily considering the verse directly, but generally, of the way, in the human context, with his understanding of the world, and his variability of experience, variability of belief, his way by itself is undirected. Now, there are plenty of ways in which that statement is incorrect, but only a few by which I think that it is actually correct. And in the interest of saying true statements, I'll say that this way is undirected in the sense that without any conscious commitment, that the way of a man's life will continue in such a way, perhaps it will be directed by something, but when I say directed, I mean to imply the direction. That is, if you are looking at a GPS, it is going to tell you how to get to point A, from point A to point B. The way of an individual's life, again, in absence of the type of direction that a GPS might give you, which will definitely get you from point A to point B. Without that GPS, he is undirected. Now, he will be directed on a sort of inferior value plane by whatever he desires. But for him to commit to the way, capital T, capital W, A-Y, that is the way of God, the way of the Lord, then he must commit himself to that. And the way in which he comes to it, I think, is by engaging in certain pious practices that are, at the microcosm, something as simple or as immediate or as embodied as running on the trails. And this sort of thing, this sort of discipline, scales all the way up to the broader way of his experience in life. And as we find ourselves moving into accordance with this verse, in harmony with this verse, the way of the wicked is an abomination to the Lord. Of our illustration of this way, of our recognition of the undirected way, I think it's easier to understand the way of the wicked, the way of the selfish. Perhaps we can include that of the foolish, since we made such a deal about defining the fool, of the deceitful, of the simple-minded to such a degree that they are deceptive, perhaps inadvertently deceptive. and by further extension, an abomination, something that can be literally defined as a thing that causes disgust or hatred, a feeling of hatred, disgrace, atrocity. A path that is so divergent from the way of things, so contrary to the flow of that river. That this way, instead of a learning of experience, of trial, of error, of commitment, of discipline, the way becomes slothful, it becomes lazy, it becomes the opposite of a learning experience. It becomes the experience by one wishes to deject himself from the world. Again, to use the analogy that I've used before, to throw his conscious mind far afield, to abstract himself away from the world that is. Perhaps to hide in deception and delusion. To hide within himself. That is the abomination. That is the inversion of that way. But he loves him that follows after righteousness. And again, I think that we have illuminated to a degree of this way of the righteous, that of the path that is committed to God, it is committed to the truth, it is committed to that discipline and that learning. Correction is grievous unto him that forsakes the way, and he that has reproof shall die. Again, we are reminded through repetition and practice, observation, that we can perfect a certain type of skill. The type of skill that we are practicing here is seeing meaning, is seeing purpose in the world and in life. And although we have seen this verse, or something to the effect like it, we must continue to practice interpreting and integrating it into our lives. So correction is grievous to him that forsakes the way. Now, the reason that this correction is grievous is what we must ponder. First, I think it's necessary to talk a bit about what it means to be grievous. Now, a quick definition here. Grievous is of something bad. It is very severe or serious. Now, correction, the fixing of something, the turning right of something that once turned wrong. If correction itself is to be seen a potentially bad situation, and of course our way is corrupted. Who can say that they live a life of prosperity and of meaningful abundance if one is going to deny the rightful way that things are? That there is no utility in correction, that there is no value in the learning from one's mistakes. Another question is, well, why would it be that a person would resist correction? And I think the answer lies in what we have said many times about the nature of the wicked. That is to say that the wicked are absorbed. They are, in terms of the self, confined We call this person a selfish person. I'd like for a moment, as we have discussed it before, to relay an image. This circular image. Now beneath the surface, we have implicit understanding, and on top, this upper half, the superior half of the circle, is our explicit understanding. The circle itself, the boundary which makes it this circle, is a revolving piece. It moves around its circumference continually. And the reason that this is so is because I think for man and his relationship to reality to be a good relationship, he cannot rest in the entirely explicit or the entirely implicit. He must continually and willfully practice the integration and the discovery. Integration into the implicit nature, something that has been known, that is felt, that is embodied beneath the surface of the rational directed mind, and then up through that to the directed mind. The work that lays the foundation, of which we never really see the foundations of the house, but very important to our functioning in everyday life. It influences our behavior in ways that we find difficulty or would have difficulty analyzing in any particular situation or circumstance if we are, let's say, absorbed in our work. Now, a prudent person would probably think about, in an explicit manner, what a wise choice might be, given a certain problem. But of the moments that he is not participating in that type of mind, his actions and his behaviors are largely automatic. And I think the more that we can concretize, or perhaps that's not the right word, but influence and direct our implicit nature, the way that we feel at rest, or the way that we understand ourselves at rest, and how to be at peace with ourselves and with our life. Now, part of the explicit nature is to be in service to the implicit. And the only way for true integration to take place is if one goes through that process of self-correction. And if one, as they move from this implicit, assumed understanding of the world into the realm of challenge and willful thoughtfulness, into the subject matter of the nature of things, if he finds himself in a grievous situation, a grievous state of mind that is fundamentally antagonistic to correction, his implicit understanding of the world will be entirely assumed that the self and the ideas that the self produces within itself without any external input is the sole generator for the view of that person's reality. And given that the self is an important piece of the individual, but by itself, without any nourishment from external information or self-reflection, this thing is vacuous. It is a prison. And the thing about the wicked and the selfish person is they view this prison as their liberation. It's a fundamental flipping of the way that things ought to be. It's a forsaken path. Now, forsaken means to abandon or desert something. And what we have abandoned and deserted here is a type of attentiveness, listening to the external world, and also a certain, I would say, level of sophistication of internal self-reflection, internal self-modification, both based on one's own behaviors and the way that they feel and see things, but also in terms of the information that they've received from the external environment. Now I have to stop and pause and perhaps break the fourth wall here, because there are a number of new sounds that were probably added rather abruptly. First of which was a purring cat. That is my cat that was sitting in my lap, who has now graduated to sitting on the windowsill looking at birds, but is unfortunately smacking his tail into the side of the window, and that is what's making that sound. The second sound of which is a sound of a fan, and that fan is outside of my room. It's external to my room, but that sound is now coming in because I had to crack the door for a meowing cat, which would otherwise pollute the recording here. Now, the thing about the Proverbs that perhaps is worth reflecting on, there is this dilemma. Now, granted, the Proverbs is only one book of many, but there is a dilemma. When one sees the foundations, when one understands that there is a directed way to walk, when one begins to hunger more and more for that particular sweetness, for that fulfilling experience, I think what we are called to in these moments, as we examine the foundations, is to speak of what is possible of the upright. For we will never be given all of the answers, and the groundwork must be done by the individual. And reading things like the Proverbs is as much a relationship to almost that of a living being, rather than that to a historical book, which it is, in my opinion, both. The divinely inspired word is in some sense living, because it points out the way directed by some mind, some form of information that is directed in the manner that our minds can seemingly direct a variety of inputs and a variety of different structures and integrate it into one body. And when I say body, I mean more of in a spiritual sense, not necessarily in a physical body, though it is embodied in a physical body in a material world. The spiritual body is the body of conception. Rather, what we conceive is the result of our perception. And I should go further by saying it is the result of true perception. Because certainly there are no shortage of things that one can perceive that would lead one to a false representation of the world. But in the true recognition of the patterns of reality and of that perception, which is inherent to the nature of man and his material form, then we are on the righteous path. And the thing about the righteous path is that it is not just abstraction. It is not just Proverbs, although it's an important element, it's an important pious practice. Participation in things other than abstract thought are necessary for the way to fully manifest and be integrated into one's experience. He that hates reproof shall die. In the word reproof, we are, by external means, often by the prompting of another individual, or that of the painful recognition of the way that things should be, perhaps in the situation that could manifest that is outside the rebuke of another individual. We could see a failure or a mistake that one had made in life and examine its consequences as they unfold. And these consequences, I think, are often quite difficult to deny once they start to occur because of the painfulness that they present. Many times this leads, I think, people into self-destructive behaviors and activities that attempt to dull that sense of perception that one has made a mistaken error that has led them to a particular condition. But what this reproof is, I think, in a fundamental level, if we examine the word literally, when we think of we think of, again, to redo, to reorder, to redefine. It is a coming again of something. But what is it the coming again of? Well, it is the reproof. What is proof? Proof, we can say, is evidence. It's an argument establishing the facts, or the truth of something or a statement. It is verification. And so if we have to do that process, well, first of all, it implies a process, this reproof. For if we have to go back, that means we have to re-engage with the very path that we took to find the truth of a particular matter. It is the reproofing, the re-evidencing, the re-examination. And to hate that process, I think could be a result of many things. It could be the result of fearfulness, of re-examining, fear in the sense that one was so certain that something was right. They placed a lot of stock, a lot of value in the truthfulness of their claims, that to re-examine them and to find otherwise could be potentially damaging, psychologically, financially, whatever. Secondly, we can have willful rejection. Another word, interesting, a rejection. Of that reproof, because one believes so full-heartedly in what they say that no reproof, even if it's evidence to the contrary, would convince them of their original proof. And it's because they are so dogmatic and stuck in their ways that they are unable to change, they are unable to transform into some higher state or higher level of being, who perhaps is more capable, in better shape, more stout, stronger foundation. And to hate that process of transformation and learning and discovery, the verse says, "This person shall die." Now, what I've been talking about so far doesn't imply a physical death. Are there ways that a person who hates reproof or re-examination of one's behavior can lead to death? Yes. But in the way that I've described thus far, or at least the illustrations and pictures that have floated through my mind, have not been that of perhaps an oil rig worker working in a very dangerous environment that doesn't listen to the reproof of his superiors, and because of his ignorance he succumbs to a work-related accident, ending his life. This is not this type of thing that I was thinking of. I was thinking more of the big picture view of one's life and the decisions that we make in it. And in this way, not listening to reproof and how this can change that trajectory. How it can change our view of it. What of death in this situation? What of death beyond the physical? What can we say of it? Is it possible that we can die without the death of the body? And I would say yes. And I say yes beyond the death of the mind and the continued existence. The continued preservation of the body by medical means. I say something beyond this. I say death as a type of ending, a complete stop to a certain type of existence. When we think of transformation, I think of two fundamental qualities, that of death and that of rebirth. And the role of reproof in this process of death and rebirth, I think, is fundamental, because it is the bridge between them. For to listen to that reproof, to re-examine, can lead from death to rebirth, from the end of life to the beginning of a new life. Now, without this bridge, we are entirely left with death. We are left with a continuation of a certain level of conscious experience. No possibility to ascend to a higher level of understanding. And so what can we say has died in this situation? Well, transformation, the possibility for transformation has died. The path, we can say, I would say, has died, because the path involves an ascent. It's not just a level plane. In life, certainly, it involves varying degrees. This is how we learn. This is how we find reproof. That these peaks and valleys in elevation is a natural occurrence. But our overall trajectory ought to be that of ascent, rather than a decline or a plateauing. For in the cases where man is not ascending, for in the cases where he fails to take proper care of the future generations, make sure that they continue on that path of ascent. We find ourselves in another valley. We find ourselves in a type of death, a type of suffering, a type of judgment that must lead, I think, to the death of that character that has led to the hatred of that reproof. So then, once again, man can begin to ascend. Now, this applies just as much to an individual as the whole, as the collective, to the micro, to the macro. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. How much more than the hearts of the children of men? So let's focus, as we usually do, on the first section, the first half of the verse. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. Now this verse is something that is a bit unique in the Proverbs. Within the repetition, there is slowly introduced new concepts and ideas. And I'm not quite sure yet, but this seems to be one of them. The first thing that comes to mind is the word before, and the nature of language, how subtle and yet frustratingly broad it can be, because the word before can be used to mean the exact opposite thing. Before as in front of, or before as in behind, that it comes before what we are talking about, before the Lord. In this context, I think we are talking about in front of. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. They exist in front of God. Now I'm giving a very spatial representation to this word and to this interpretation. I wonder if it ought not be so, instead of thinking of before as something that is as if God was in a room with something, that something is before him. It's difficult to examine exactly how this illustration should be seen, or how the illustration should be painted from the words on a page. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. Another interesting thing about this verse is the mention of hell. And it reminds me of a few things. But hell is not seen very often, if at all, in the Old Testament. At least up until this point. We may have seen it once or twice up until now, but it certainly is not common. On one hand, I wonder about the translation. But on the other, I know that there is a separation between the word hell and the word Sheol, that vacuous pit, both for the living and of the dead. This darkened place, this hole of enmity, antagonism, contrariness, blindness. And here we have hell and destruction. Destruction, an interesting word in and of itself. To destroy something, to break it apart. But it's more than just separation. Destruction involves the crushing, the dissolving of identity. When I think of destruction, I think of something that can no longer be put back together. Its existence has suffered a fatal blow, Destruction is the path for which the inevitable end is death. And hell, I think, follows. Or rather, it is of a similar character, which is why it's paired here with destruction. Hell, we can think of a place. But again, this temporal nature, there seems to be something missing in that interpretation. What does it mean, this place? In the Psalms, our exposure to Sheol has a beautiful poetic way to it that includes our experience in its existence. That it is, as I've said, a place of the living and the place for the dead. That is, there are certain situations in which one can find themselves that are so impoverished of mind that it is as though they live their lives in a pit. But that makes me wonder about the general trend of transcendence of the human mind and of human potential. Do we not always come from the pit, or from a place that is less illuminated than the one that we find ourselves in a period of abundance and of faithfulness? Perhaps the pit is of a distinction of another level, a certain type of darkness, sort of akin to that of the committing of a grave sin, or within the throes of an addiction, in which the spirit of man has been cut through like a knife, or I should say by a knife. And this opening in his ability to articulate with that world, that spiritual world, the world of essences, is now open and porous to anything that would seem to wish to take advantage of a wounded spirit, that wishes for it to find itself a body and to act in this material world. The place, then, that the self goes is certainly a pit, while the agent acts through our body. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. Perhaps I should bring this into my own experience and ask myself what is before me. Well, certainly there is a microphone, a computer, a book, a reading light, a reading stand, I guess you can call it, upon which the Bible is perched. What does it mean for all of this stuff to be before me? It is, in a sense, before me, and I witness it. I see it. I am conscious of it. Now, hell and destruction, these are not things that I can easily identify as I can identify this microphone, this laptop, or this book. My mind must travel somewhere, must see a world that is difficult to see these days, but nonetheless I think is has no less of an effect on our actions and our behaviors. A way of understanding the world, perhaps I should say. And this hell and this destruction both can be a place, but also can be an experience. The experience of a single person, the experience of an entire nation. And these days I think we can find ourselves within global ailments, global psychological contagions. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. Now this destruction, the ending of existence, I feel sad when I read this verse with this in mind. That is, something is so harmed that its existence is suffered, and that this phenomenon is before God. We have to wonder exactly what hell and destruction are without man and man's mind. But certainly if our reality is going to include such things as hell and such things as forms or what have you that are intangible things, but nonetheless we interact with and experience certain things that we call real. Love being a good example. Now, material explanations of such things don't get to the heart of the matter. Now, we've talked before about the cyclical process of transformation, the going through the explicit, entering the implicit, willfully entering the explicit again, and going through this process, making it a pious practice. And in so doing, through this circular process, man begins to ascend the levels of development, of meaning, of purpose, of understanding, of wisdom. And in this word destruction, just as in the word that we used to get here before, the word death, I think that there is similarity. For at the end of something, there is an extinction event that takes place in order for the transformation to take hold. That which was must die, and something new must be reborn. And in this way I can understand destruction being a necessary part of our reality, and that this is something that exists before God. And it exists as some necessary component to the broader picture, to the broader story. And it may seem cruel, I think, to many of us who so highly value our individual experiences, and who have learned that each individual does have value. And it seems to be a bit of a dilemma, a paradox, that the individual and his worth must suffer in this way. the bigger picture, I think, often relieves us of the delusion of selfishness, of self-righteousness. What really matters is that which is. The divine hand can seem cruel, and yet at the same time loving and tender. So is the way of things, it would seem. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. And I have to wonder, this hell, I find it at the moment easy to imagine hell as an experience for many men, not just one man, but as with many things in the Bible, principles scale from the microcosm to the macrocosm. And if I am going to find some illustration of hell that I can tie my mind around, it must include the possibility of individual experience, as well as the collective and the multitude. But just as a kingdom, we could say the kingdom of heaven, the point at which we reach a certain level of abundance, or perhaps not all difficulty has been abated, but the existential dread has been subsided. We have figured out a way to live in harmony, not only with each other, but with ourselves and with God. In such a case, free choice will still exist, certainly. Perhaps there may even be suffering. But the suffering ought not be so. And so it seems as though we've come up, as an individual does, from his mother's womb into the state of adulthood, progressing through his life, meeting his peak, then walking down that mountain to his end. We all do it. Many before us have done it. Many after us will continue to do so. And this hell that finds us, and this destruction that finds us, I think offers such a disturbance in our experience that instead of our reality becoming our playground and our home, we could say, it becomes this place of existential dread, of horror, of slavery, of imprisonment, which may extend both to physical circumstance as it does to the depression of all that is within the soul, including mind, the feelings and desires of the heart. And this destruction within this place of hell, the destruction of all that is good, all that gives one hope. Humanity seemingly reduced to a state of barbarism, animality. And all of this may exist before God, and run its course. But the pleasing thing about the mind of man is that it can see, it can identify, it can produce these mental maps, sophisticated enough to see the divine, and it could save itself. Or rather, I should say, align itself and be saved. How much more than the hearts of children of men? I'm not sure exactly how to take this, because on one hand it could be the author expressing that this creation certainly has unfortunate elements to it, or rather bizarre circumstances. You would have to wonder if something so good is in fact so good, if such things as hell and destruction exist. It makes a comparison of lesser beings, saying that their hell, their destruction, what lies before them in their limited way, must be so much worse. But to go back to my original interpretation of this verse, about understanding the things that are before me, and that these things that are before me, as opposed to that which is behind me, which is a window, which has a lot of uncertain things outside of it, things that I couldn't say unless I turned around to look at it. Even things that I am relatively certain of. There are things that are scattered about my bed that are to the right of me that are not completely visible, nor do I remember the position of my pillows. That which is before me is that which I am attending to. I am aware of it, again, conscious of it. And so in this manner, regardless of the reflection of the severity of our experience, or the potential severity of our experience, or the existence of such negativity, and the presence of an all-knowing, good God, this verse, I think, prompts us to think about attention, more than just human attention, divine attention, that can see into the depths of reality and human experience being the second part of this verse. If God can see hell and destruction, if these things are before him, as this microphone is before me, and this book is before me. The second half of this verse says, well, how much more then the hearts of children of men? A strange comparison to make, that of hell and destruction to the hearts of men, and the attentiveness of God to each. But I do think it's an important thing to reflect on. Because in the case of hopelessness and uncertainty at why there is such evil in a world that is supposedly created by a good, all-knowing, divine force, that it is not just these things that are seen, it is all of it that is seen, down to our deepest insecurities and our gravest of sins, and our highest and most profound joys and loves in life. Certainly there's not just one way to interpret it. And so we return to a familiar proverb: a scorner loves not one that reproves him, neither will he go unto the wise. The scorner, this person that is contrary, of continual downtrodden thought, of a depressed nature, we can say. The one that always is giving excuses for why one may not act, Certainly, I find myself guilty of this in many instances, making excuses where there ought not to be excuses, whether there are some justifiable reasons to experience a certain type of feeling, a certain way of melancholy. But these feelings lie in the deception of the heart, and they ought not make a scorner out of you, out of me. They ought not to get in the way of listening to instruction and of the lessons learned under discipline. And it should not prevent us from absorbing ourselves into ourselves, walling ourselves away from the rest of the world, and not seeking the voice of the wise. The voice of which is the very thing that we need to escape our depressed nature. That is this slowly forming hell, this pit that we find ourselves in. A merry heart makes a cheerful countenance, but by sorrow of the heart the spirit is broken. An interesting verse to follow up the prior one. And perhaps I'll start by interpreting the second half of that verse. By sorrow of the heart the spirit is broken. And I choose to start here because this relates directly to that last verse, at least my interpretation of it. And that is to say that the heart, again, can be such a deceptive addition to man's experience, also a fundamental one for his experience. But by sorrow of the heart, the spirit is broken. And I think what we see here is something quite fundamental. It speaks a lot to the nature of melancholy. That the heart, or the melancholic person, produces such feelings independent of his rational desire. That may not make sense. Independent of his rational mind, that he may will something that is independent of how he feels. And he may act upon that will for many years. But the downtrodden in heart is certainly a chink in armor, and this had come about through many different experiences in life. Many difficult experiences for which people may not understand how to recover from. And of the spirit being broken, we've discussed this as well. The shattering of the essence of man. Of his arm that extends into the immaterial world. The way in which he may communicate with God or with angels, demons. This subtle aspect of reality beyond his perception. If his spirit is broken, in some sense his defenses are broken. That's not to say a man of strong spirit cannot be corrupted. Certainly he can. More congruency, greater contact, greater possibility, greater temptation. Such is the way of spirit, I think. But the broken spirit, shattered to pieces. What of temptation and what of goodness in this situation? Evil need not even bother, except just watch and laugh. A merry heart makes a cheerful countenance. A countenance is a facial expression. A merry heart, again, we're talking about these emotions. The heart and the emotions and the desires by which it is responsible for, I have attributed often to the filter of experience. And that it behooves us to pay attention to the heart, to nourish it, to instruct it and to guide it, to listen to it when it is prudent to do so. But we guide it in such a way, I think, as to make it merry, to make it resilient and resisting of that sorrow by which the spirit is broken. The heart of him that has understanding seeks knowledge, but the mouth of fools feedeth on foolishness. Another beautiful verse to follow the previous one by, for we discuss the heart and of its nature and its relationship to the rational mind. We talk about this nourishment of the heart to make it more resilient and understanding. That even the heart itself can hold its desire for a moment of reflection. And I think that is what is implied here when it says the heart of him that has understanding seeks knowledge. Because the heart of understanding is strategic, it is discerning. It is not quick to one emotion or another. It doesn't quickly crumble under pressure. Now the path to get there, I think, involves much testing, much trial. And it is possible that the heart can revert after a period of lapse and inattentiveness by the rational direction. The heart of him that has understanding seeks knowledge. And it seeks knowledge because it wants to further its own understanding. Not only so it can remain stoic, but that it gives its stoicism some reason to be stoic. It understands something broader about the world and about its experience, its place in it, and that there actually are levels of experience, and to hold one's emotions for the finer things, the finer experiences in life, enhance life's vibration, the colors and our experience, our relationships, perhaps even our sorrows. For who would want to attend a funeral for a loved one and not be able to appreciate that person? That would be a sorrow in and of itself, a true negative, rather than a sophisticated grieving of an understanding heart. But the mouth of fools feeds on foolishness. Certainly we must ask ourselves why it is that we fail, what it is about our conception, what it is about our desires, that we consistently fail to live up to the highest ideal. And living a sober life, we face this judgment about our ineffectiveness, our sinfulness, and though we may set our goals, there are no shortage of failures. It would seem that for us, in our condition, the seeking and hope, if these are not equivalent terms, perhaps they are, serves as our best bet to the future. While Napoleon may have raged through Europe, while we have faced many wars, many difficult situations throughout our history, it is necessary to remain faithful, to control the mouth, to direct one's speech, for if we're not careful, our grievous nature, our bent towards sorrow and this melancholy, will lead us into such realms of stupidity and foolishness that instead of waking up to it, what will sustain us is that very thing, leading us to that verse 11, hell and destruction are before the Lord, how much more than the hearts of the children of men. All the days of the afflicted are evil, but he that is of a merry heart has a continual feast. So let us remind ourselves of the evil nature. All the days of the afflicted are evil. Now thus far I've been referring to the evil as something sort of an extension of the wicked, an extreme of the wicked. That is to say, a selfishness that is willful. Willful in the side of a different path, something that an intelligent person knows better of. Perhaps I give too much credit for evil, or to evil. But this willful contrarian, I think, lies at the heart of evil. The willful denial of truth, not just for one's own desires, but for the sake of the denial of truth. Evil may find us in many different ways by many different paths. And the subtlety by which it can seep in, perhaps by creating a nook, a crevice in our armor, in our essence, it may come to us in the opinion of a friend, in the desires of someone that we see on television, of a popular and adored person in the public. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person that it comes from is evil, but that the person is afflicted in such a way that the evil has found its home there and is able to use it as a leaping off point. And there are others for whom they devote themselves to this type of evil, a dangerous sort that we do not see often openly, or at least we would hope that they are confined behind a prison cell. The days of the afflicted. Now, what does it mean, this afflicted? Well, certainly we are not talking about an affliction that is brought to an individual beyond their control, an affliction that has grown within an individual, let's say, that is more of a test of life, a challenge to one's character, like that of cancer. We're not talking about this sort of affliction, but perhaps in a way that we are. Rather, what I wanted to say is that the type of affliction that I consider, that I interpret here, is an affliction of mind. It is an affliction of the heart. It is an infection by this evil. While it may not make the individual, again, evil, the individual may not commit himself or herself to evil, but may be infiltrated by it. Evil has penetrated the city gates, but has yet to pierce the fortifications of the palace. Again, there are any number of different circumstances and situations by which we can imagine this. All the days of the afflicted are evil. That they are cast in this shadow that is beyond the control, seemingly control, of that individual. But he that is of a merry heart has a continual feast. A merry heart implies joyousness, a lightness in feeling. It is this orientation that we find particularly valuable or desirable. And this continual feast is a metaphor, I think, for satisfaction. That the heart is inherently satisfied by its innocence, by the path that it is walking in life, the purpose that it is fulfilling. Better is little with the fear of the Lord than great treasure and trouble therewith. A strange verse to interpret. Better is little with the fear of the Lord. A strange grammar, I would say. Because of better, what do we mean? Well, of better, I think we consider something to be more excellent, more effective, on a higher plane than that which it is compared to. Better than something. But it's saying this quality, this thing that leads one to be from one state to the next, from one lower to one higher. Is saying that is little, it is small, with the fear of the Lord. And at the first glance, it sounds like it's a negative thing. Because certainly we all desire to be better in some way. But because of the second half of the verse, and because there is no grammatical indication that it stops or pauses, there's no semicolon, it's a straight verse. Uncommon to many of these verses. Better is little with the fear of the Lord than great treasure and trouble therewith. Great treasure implies material prosperity. Better, perhaps, implies a better state of material prosperity. And in this way, better material prosperity is little with fear of the Lord. Meaning that the fear of the Lord makes our material woes insignificant in comparison to the spiritual matters. And this, in fact, is preferable to having abundance without a sense of reverence for God. This highlights the importance of finding fulfillment and satisfaction in being and in life, outside of the superficial. Better is a dinner of herbs where love is, than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. So another one of these verses. And we have an equivalency. Better is. It is equivalent to this dinner of herbs where love is. Now it's an interesting statement, because I think we are talking about a nested nature. I've mentioned when I read through the Psalms that of the Russian doll, in which you have the large doll on the outside and then a bunch of successive smaller dolls on the inside of a similar character. And I think in a like manner, this is sort of what we're discussing here. Because we're talking about the quality of better, what it is to be better. And we have this dinner of herbs. So it's not just a plain, basic meal. It is a meal of thoughtfulness, of attentiveness, of care and preparation. And on top of that, just like this nested doll, it's not just the dinner of herbs, it is the dinner of herbs where love is. And so it is indicating to us the care and preparation that goes into something, into the binding force that brings people together. And then the love that exists around that binding force, that exists between people that know each other, that love each other, that have relationships with one another. I think of family in this context. And so it's interesting, this word better, because it's better than something else. It exists between two things. It is a transjective of sorts. And I think what it is, connecting, or comparing perhaps, is this nested nature. For we can say of something that is better of something else. But what can we say of better that is? and a better, we say that it exists between the levels. Again, the dinner and its preparation, the care that is imbued through the addition of the herbs, and the surrounding love that seems to bind this together. That is, this care is enjoyed by those that love each other. Now, in this way, we describe better in this relationship, but also we say better than, great treasure and trouble therewith. Or, in this verse, better than a stalled ox and hatred therewith. A stalled ox is something that is stopped due to some overbearing burden. Now, this could be, in some sense, a good thing. It could be an overabundance of material, of grain. But the ox fails, and instead this person, rather than being thankful for what they have, they stand in this hatred. And so we have this precipice, one of positivity and the other of negativity. But still, I think the nested nature exists here. Because we have the stalled ox, and we have this hatred. We can also interpret this as, even if the ox perhaps is not carrying the grain, but rather it is carrying the plow, in this instance, we have an animal that is overworked. We have an individual that is committed to work and to discipline, in and of itself a good thing. But the good that he is after sours because of the degree to which he prioritizes his work over the comfort, or perhaps the rest of his animals. And that in and of itself is an insult to prudence. Because he cares so much for the ends, he does not even consider the means. And perhaps even we can say in this sense, difficult to say perhaps, but this better, in this transjective, it finds, it's difficult to find exactly where it ought to be, what it is connecting. Because the whole situation is a downward slope. Now, I said that there is a nested nature here. It's possible that there's negativity nested within negativity. That is the negative outcome of the fate of the animal, and then the hatred of the man that results. But just as better is, the nested, ritualized nourishing of the body, of the soul, of the mind. Upon further reflection, perhaps I can say that the second half of this verse is an inversion of this ritualized nesting. That is the undoing of that potential, of the grip that holds that which may be cultivated, that can be grown, that can be nourished. One more point on the initial part of this verse, just so I can get the thought out of my mind. The dinner in and of itself, it implies, it can imply something of necessity, that people have to eat dinner in a certain sense in order to sustain themselves and survive. Now, dinner is a word that I think has implications of connectedness in it. But with the addition of the herbs, again, as I've said, it indicates something of a preparation, attention, care. And this is the nest that is created. It is that ritual of preparation. You have to prepare the nest for which you lay the eggs in. Now, upon love, upon this connectedness, we produce that which can be housed in that nest of that ritual. But in the case of the ox, perhaps the man, the farmer, at some point had this idea of this ritualized nesting. But he became so overzealous that he did not take proper care of the cultivation, of the entirety of that cultivation, and as such, his nest was unable to hold the nourishing element. And so regardless of what the earth produced for him, or regardless of the amount of land that he owns, he's unable to cultivate that land because of the burden that he placed upon the animal, or at the very least he is very much limited now because of the stalled ox. And so this grasping is released, and that which serves to be the meaningful thing, the egg within that nest, has nothing thereby to hold it. It is open to predation. It may, in and of itself, not exist, because there is nothing. There's no binding force. There's no birds that flock to that spot to produce the egg. And so instead, upon this open plain that lacks the security and comfort of that nest, of the walls of that nest, and the love therein, hatred manifests. It is something that seems to want to be rooted in something, and yet nothing will take its root. Nothing will accept the work that it puts in. Everything that it tries to do to tether itself to some sort of a physical analogy, to tether itself to the earth, it is unable to do so. And I think the result of this inability to ground, inability to grow those roots, results in hatred, can result in bitterness, because nothing is connected. The layered nesting does not exist. Or I should say it's inverted. Taking back what I originally said about the negative nesting. A wrathful man stirreth up strife, but he that is slow to anger appeases strife. Again, this is a verse that we've seen before, if not verbatim, very close to it. Wrath is something of an extreme emotion, an extreme anger. And we think to stir. What does this mean to us? It means to mix up. It means to excite to a certain degree. It means to disturb that which is settled. Now, in certain cases, stirring is necessary. Stirring in a physical context, in the context of cooking, is necessary for certain ends. Things must be mixed. But what we mix in that context is ingredients that go together for a particular purpose. Now, the type of mixing or stirring that results in extreme bitterness about the perceived fundament of reality, let's say. This type of stirring, obviously it's negative. But what do we mean when we say negative? In what way? How does this impact a person? Well, just as we talked about this rootlessness, the meaningless and the hopelessness that it results in, I think in a similar manner, this strife and this bitterness is what we're talking about. The weak roots are uplifted in this stirring process because of this wrath. And perhaps even quite strong roots can be uprooted because of that. We shouldn't underestimate a wrathful person and their ability to corrupt the minds of faithful people. The path of life is not easy. Testing is continual. And it doesn't help to have an extremely wrathful or bitter person come storming through our experience. It can be quite unsettling, unnerving. But he that is slow to anger appeases strife. That is to say that the elements by which the wrathful stirring, continually separate and disallow their union, are abated, are resolved in the case of the man that is slow to anger, the one that is slow to separate, to create discord or disagreement between two things. Now, it seems as though anger is a force that is fundamentally, geared towards separating elements. Or rather, I should say, if we are going to talk of conflict, I think there are two ways in which we can speak of conflict. If we think about the word literally, con, to be with or together, and it's the fliere, this Latin root, meaning to flow. Now, to flow together sounds like a positive thing. We could change that a little bit and say to come together. Now, two things are opposed to one another, like two forces of nature that just have opposing forces, and by their nature, like a magnet, when two poles are connected, they repulse one another. The like poles. Now, I don't mean to suggest that people or ideas or things that are like will always be diametrically opposed to one another and have this repulsive force to it. I think the human mind, the human soul, the interaction between human beings is quite malleable. I think there are conditions in which a person can come to another and butt heads in this way, and then in this sense, this conflict, this coming together of two things, of flowing together, two forces, we can think of a mechanical force, like two cars just coming together head-on. This type of conflict is very destructive. The elements will be damaged in their interaction. But things must come together. And in this sense, this conflict, this flowing together, although it may be difficult to hold two things together that are so opposed, I think what the verse is prompting us to think about is that if we are slow to anger, well, essentially what we are slow to is slow to enact this repulsive force between two forces that are coming together. We could think of a disagreement between two people that we might consider that to be strife, a conflict, a fundamental disagreement. These are all sort of definitions of the word strife. But that which is slow to anger appeases the strife. Again, it would seem to suggest that that fundamental opposing force can be wound up in this anger, this emotion of the heart. But to appease strife is to lessen that opposition. To lessen that opposition is to create approximation. To create approximation is to create unity. And I think this is the fundamental direction that we are pointed towards. The way of the slothful man is as a hedge of thorns, but the way of the righteous is made plain. So what is this slothful man? Now, a sloth is something that is an animal that is slow. Perhaps we contribute to this laziness. And again, here we have the way. As we've discussed previously, this way, this path of life, this nature of being, there are many of these ways. It's an interesting pattern, I think, or an interesting set of patterns to reflect on. That is the difference between them and that of the righteous one. But of this slothful pattern, I think I unfortunately see a bit of myself in this pattern. The slothful nature can present in a number of ways. I think in its most insidious, it comes to us in the form of temptation that tempts us away from that which we ought to be attending to. That instead of the active way, the way of participation in the world and in community, the slothful person wishes to remain still, perhaps out of fear of the world, or perhaps out of want of comfort and safety. Now, I think that, in a certain respect, the slothful man finds his thorn bush in his mind. He creates for himself a sort of reciprocal antagonism between himself and the relationship that he has to the broader life that he is living. Because of his behavior, this constant reflection and inability to change like an addict, whatever his bent is towards, whatever his slothful nature calls him to, whether it be drugs or something else that dulls his senses and denies that part of himself that's speaking to him, that sort of anxious voice in the background. And it is because of this denial that the thorns begin to form all around him. He may, for the moment, deny this voice. He may be of the type of slothful person that doesn't care much for anything, that doesn't have much of a voice, that doesn't care much or people other than himself. Regardless of that road and that path, the hedge begins to populate around these people. And when they begin to move out and to make that attempt to make the transition to a new way, what they encounter is the hedges that have grown up because of their behavior. And it becomes increasingly more difficult as life goes on, as time goes by, to recover and to clear those hedges. It becomes a very painful and tiresome process. Now, we all must experience this to a certain degree as we reflect on our lives. What we could have done in a particular situation, what we could have changed, a decision that might have been more efficient, perhaps economically more sound, but the way of the righteous is made plain. I think of the movie Forrest Gump. Here we have a simple-minded person, a person of low IQ, that is after good things in life. He has solid principles instilled in him by his mother, foundational principles that one doesn't need a super high IQ to follow. They just need that discipline and that faith. And for him, his life took a series of interesting turns, some of which was luck, but much of what his luck was guided by his faith. It afforded him the opportunity to face those corners for him to turn, and when he was presented with those opportunities, he took them. He started businesses, made close relationships, went on interesting artistic endeavors. But beyond Forrest Gump, in my own personal life, I'm sure in all of our personal lives we've come across people that we have met that just seem at their core to be merry and cheerful and just thankful to be here and alive. And like Forrest Gump, these people, their path is made plain. There's not much about the superficial things that bother them. It's not much about those distinctions that keep them up at night. But rather the basic things of life that keep them going, that keep them satisfied in knowing that they are on this righteous path. A wise son makes a glad father, but a foolish man despises his mother. Now, an interesting use of parentage here, because we don't stick with the father, as we did in the first half of this verse. We move to the mother. A wise son makes a glad father. Why might this be? Within wisdom, certainly we have prudent decision-making. We have decision-making that is effective. It has care for the future. It is prompt. The decisions of a wise son make it so that he is able to be self-sufficient and not reliant on his father. But probably most importantly, that the son, within his wise decisions, finds a way to lead him to a sense of fulfillment in life. And that path that he takes, like this righteous, plain path, is of a similar sort. And his father is glad because his son is satisfied, because his son is able and capable to take care of him when he's older. A wise son, I think, understands how to improve upon that relationship, that father-son relationship. as he ages, as he becomes more mature, as he gains this wisdom, the relationship evolves from that of the parenting role of the father to more of a relational. Perhaps always the father maintains this guided role, but the son brings to his father new life, new perspective. He is an autonomous agent in and of himself. Perhaps the son has become a father himself. And now the two of them can relate on a different level. Now what's interesting about this verse is that it doesn't continue. It's not as if, but a foolish man despises his father. It is a foolish man despises his mother. The mother, the parent that gives, the nurturing spirit, the one that gives life, that brings the child up. Certainly it could be said that a wise man should not despise his father or his mother. And so there's something particular here, just as it is with the father in the first half of the verse, that a foolish man despises his mother. What particular consequence are we concerned with here that has to do with the despising of one's mother? And we can go beyond that and say, what particular instance, what particular reason do we have to give credence to this verse, even in the face of a delusional or of a wicked mother? What principle, what symbol does she embody? What spiritual body? She is the generative spirit. And while we may not agree or even like the people that we are forced into, what would we say, communion with, into a family with. And I do not say this out of personal experience, just a reflection on the worst possible case scenario. But to return to this generative spirit, the spirit that creates. I think for the sake of creation, we ought to have reverence, regardless of the conditions which we are brought into, like I said. That there is something fundamental about that of parenthood, and that of the symbol of giving birth, and having a family, of having a son, having a daughter, or being a son or being a daughter. That there's something fundamental, regardless of, again, the behavior of those individuals, that must retain some unconditional respect and love. Folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom, but a man of understanding walks uprightly. Now, I've spoken of this before, a matter of levels. And the levels of the mind of man are no easy matter. I was listening to and also reflecting on the moment that we seem to be in now. And certainly there have been moments in our past and human past in which the level of consciousness, however we can define this, has ascended to the next level. What exactly does it ascend to, I think, can be a bit difficult to understand. It ascends in the sense that it gains something. It gains a certain tool that it can use to improve its condition. Its condition is as much material as it is spiritual. And I think that there are eras, certainly on the up, in which we experience both innovations in material prosperity, but also spiritual innovations. Innovations that make us confident and secure in our understanding of our being and the path that we walk in life. And on the come down from one of these experiences that I think that we are going through at this moment rather rapidly, I think we experience a sense of longing. It's sort of a building up, an increase in pressure that someday will burst forth into something beautiful. It's like a flower that is yet to bloom, and when it does, it will be this beautiful thing. And it's not that man descends levels in order to ascend them. In a certain sense, he does. But it's not in the absolute sense that all of us take a step down before all of us take a step up. Many of us take a step down before some of us realize that if we are not careful, we will all fall down this hill that we've all been climbing since our inception. And things change. Sometimes there's a period of darkness, and the pockets of light that have retained the wisdom, the Noah's Ark story, the maintaining of the animals, the ideas and the spirits that have been formed in the previous culture. Certainly the righteous ones he took with him on that ark. And when he found new land, he released all of that information and stored knowledge so that he could begin anew, so that they could begin anew. Much is the same with us and our pockets of knowledge in the periods of darkness. And so folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. I think that this has something to do with both the psychology of man, but also this level of phenomena that I was talking about. Because if man is to find joy in his folly, in his silliness, in his inattentiveness, and perhaps in his slothfulness, then there's something wrong about the way that he sees the world. He has been reduced somehow. Perhaps this is how he was brought up. There's something that he doesn't quite understand about the ought, about the law of that which is above him, that he ought to understand to change his behavior. And he has to change his behavior if he wants to be free of his destitution. This destitution that deprives him from wisdom and of all of the beautiful things that the human mind can offer, of the goals that it can conjure up, of the striving that it could put forth, of the suffering that it can overcome, the problems that it can solve, the love that it can experience. And I think as a matter of level, and as a matter of changing experience, of transcending one's conscious experience, as we all exist on a certain plane, we are, in the absence of absolute divine intervention, we are all in this struggle together, whether we like it or not. And although there are many that are quite intelligent. Even they do not know everything. They know but a fraction of the things that there are to know, and of the things they ought to pay attention to. Only they can have faith, just as the rest of us have faith, that what we are doing is right. And all of us are susceptible to temptation, no matter how strong we think we are. And just by reflecting on that is no admission that we ought to suffer from this. We ought to be strong, but also understanding. I think this is a part of wisdom, not to deny that which is. That even in our utmost confidence, there is probably something that we can change, something that we can do differently to be better. What stands before us in this modern age, or the postmodern age, is this reduction in mind, and the awareness of it, and the longing for that which will preserve us, will carry us through this time of uncertainty, will carry us through the flood. And certainly we will make it through, but it will be difficult. Perhaps there will be death. Perhaps there will be war, revolution. But in any case, whether it is violent or not, the experience of moving and transcending, I think, is one that we are going to come to appreciate in time. And although, much like a car accident, we may suffer a bit of spiritual whiplash, it will be necessary for us to liberate ourselves from the chains that our era has brought to us, just as those who have come before us have liberated themselves of the chains that have bound them. And so I hope that this somewhat illuminates the first half of this verse, that folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. But a man of understanding walks uprightly. This uprightness, common to the Proverbs, perhaps frustratingly undescriptive, but also, in the absence of its description, we have the prompt. We have the opportunity for exploration. For if we did not read this verse and we did not think of what is upright, we wouldn't engage on that path and that journey. And so, in effort not to be the slothful man that sits while the thorns grow around him, we ought to move forward into this territory of uncertainty. And I think at the first instance of this uprightness that this man of understanding supposedly has, first I think we have to identify that this way is a way, that there is truth in this stature, that to walk uprightly, not only does it invoke the physical analogy, that a man that is confident, a man that has purpose, will exhibit this type of postural status. For if a man has purpose, he knows where he is going, he will be upright, he will not be lumbering about, foraging through the darkness and the emptiness. He knows where he is going and for what reason. Certainly he doesn't know the ends of it all, but he knows for the moment that what he is doing will serve some purpose. We must hope that that purpose is in itself righteous, or is in itself, in other words, in accordance with God, in alignment with God. That his behaviors, his actions, the way he treats others, the way he treats himself, is optimal. Again, much of this is empty language. Much of this is experiential. Much of this is acted out in the world. And to sit here and to explicitly state all the possibilities is in itself impossible. It is, as John Vervaeke says, it's combinatorially explosive. There is no way. We must attend to something specific. If we are to hammer this home, we ought to use a particular example. Of a particular example, perhaps a particular interaction. As I sit here, I'm prompted to think of the way I treat myself. And I think often there's a way in which I treat myself inconsistently. And this is part of the problem that I have. What do I mean by that? Well, I try to set myself standards, explicit standards. I keep in mind this uprightness. I keep in mind that there is always something else that you ought to be thinking of that is better than what you are doing now. That there's something within the interactions that you're having, say at work with somebody. I meet many people in my work life, many conversations. And I'm glad to say that there is often that welling of the heart that I have tried to do my best to guide, to say to me, pay attention to what you just did there, because there's something about it that was off. There's something else you could have done to make that interaction a bit better. To satisfy that person's query. Or to guide them on the path that is more certain, more secure, more illuminated with that light and that brightness that is associated with knowing. So that they too, in whatever marginal degree that you are able to offer them, are able to walk uprightly in that case. And in this particular case, it has to do with health. And so I return to myself. Hopefully not in a selfish manner, but in a reflective manner. If I am to do as this verse says, to be a man of understanding and to walk uprightly, I think I have to solidify to a greater degree my purpose, and to walk it as though this is the path that is for me, and not to think of the path that of some utopian path. At least to the degree that it would cause a disruption in the way that I ought to be behaving, and the type of behavior that a righteous person ought to have, and that the light of experience, the knowledge of the divine and the pursuit therein, my own personal hang-ups, let's say, should not get in the way of that. because it's not just me that is affected by these things. It is other people that are brought into that, perhaps we should say, insecurity. And in such a way, this posture takes on a stooped appearance. And so as a matter of correction, I think that, and as a matter of understanding, I ought not to let my dejection and my desire for something that is greater corrupt the duty that I have in my interpersonal interactions. And in my personal sphere, to stay humble, not to make myself false promises, or to suffer some delusion of possibility in life. That to accept what one has and to be grateful for it is one great skill that should not be overlooked. Without counsel, purposes are disappointed, but in the multitude of counselors they are established. I think that this flows nicely from what I was just saying, or reflecting on. That whenever we face this insecurity of purpose, we ought to surround ourselves and to seek out that counsel to advise us, to shed possible new light, new ways of thinking on the problems that we face. And when we say, or when the verse says, without counsel purposes are disappointed, and in the multitude of counselors they are established, we're talking about the degree to which we can problem solve together and face these difficult situations of life, to propose them to one another, to apply them to each and every one's heart, such that every single one of us can understand this dilemma of soul, of mind, and that there are certain problems that are so fundamental to mankind, and just as we talked about with Forrest Gump, certain principles that are so fundamental to being, that if we just accept them, and we solidify them, and we practice them, or we realize them in a particular situation. I think one possible problem that many of us face is that when we see these situations in life, we become panicked. We don't necessarily see or remember those fundamental principles that are meant to guide us. And I think within that multitude of counselors, there is that opportunity for continual reflection. A man has joy by the answer of his mouth, and a word spoken in due season. How good is it? Now this is a strange verse. Either this is a contextual verse, in which it builds off of the last, in which case it's easier to make sense of, or it's something that is standalone, in which case it's a bit more difficult to understand. In the case of the latter, I would say that I think it is open to contamination, we can say. And I say that with all due respect. And when I say that it's open to contamination, I think of the verse that we had read not too long ago. Folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. And now we say a man has joy by the answer of his mouth. And who is to say that the answer of his mouth is not folly? In which case that joy that he experiences is destitute of wisdom. He is destitute of wisdom. However, in fact, there are two roads I can go here. One is the other side of that coin, in which we would make the equivalent that the opposite of this folly. So perhaps understanding, achievement of a certain type, alignment with God, fulfillment in righteous matters, and moral and ethical matters. In this way, it is joyous to him. The right answer of his mouth is the cause of his joy. And the former that I mentioned is the contextual. That is, it is building off of, without counsel, purposes are disappointed, but in the multitude of counselors they are established. And in this way, in this context, within this nourishment by that bosom of multiple counselors, a man has joy by the answer of his mouth, because he is instructed, he listens to others and what they have to say, other opinions and perspectives have been brought to fruition, and he is faced to reconcile with those problems and perhaps antagonisms. And if he is a righteous person, he is after the truth. If he is after the truth, he listens to his criticisms. He doesn't become angry, or he doesn't deny reproof or instruction. Whatever way truth decides to come to him, he leaves that door open. If it is truth, it may enter. A man of this type is a man that has joy by the answer of his mouth. Now, I think there's another way we can interpret this. It's a little bit more subtle and I think difficult to get at. We have to uncover some layers here. We have to think about certain symbols and the imagery that is being evoked. And I think we ought to focus on the answer of his mouth. Now, in simplest terms, the answer of his mouth is a simple metaphor for expression, for the verbalization of thought. Now, if the answer of one's mouth is to be some form of expression, and an expression is the process of making known one's thoughts or feelings. Now, in this world, we are not only in a subtle world, but a very participatory world. It's a world in which our expression, our feelings, and our articulation therein, they face an interesting dilemma. Because on one hand, the farther one goes, if he is to be this righteous man, he wishes to truly discover the depths of his feelings as he brings them up and he brings them forth from his mouth. He is effectively trying to find the truth of himself. A rather bizarre thing, that there can be something known to man that is beyond his rational, perhaps rational is not quite the right word, but we'll stick with it for now. Or we can say the kingly apparatus of the self, that is the controlling element of all the various elements. Certainly we've all experienced, of our experiences, moments where we feel something intensely, but it's not explicit, it's not quite known even to that directed being, that self-conscious, self-aware individuals that we are. And in such cases, I think that we search to find answers, just as we search to find answers in the objective realm, in the material realm, or in the earthly realm, through a specific and particular process. In truth, in this manner, as it is brought forth, is subject to judgment by the way of things, by the God of the arena and God of the agent. God of the arena, the environment that we find ourselves in, that has a particular structure, has a particular form to it. It is the regular goings-on, the infrastructure, the general narrative that has been written into this novel. And the agent, the active participant in this novel. But it's not quite as simple as that. It can't be. Rather, the active agent, and the way that I have proposed it, is not as simple as that. For he is the author of his novel, and he continues to write. But the way in which he writes, and the way of his previously written narrative, don't necessarily, it's not that they don't agree, but they add on to each other in strange ways. And I think it's this addition, the possibility and the awareness of his characters within his novel, to grab onto certain patterns, certain ledges, to find themselves in certain nooks and crannies of our reality, to fumble around and find certain hidden messages that have been left there for us to guide us up that heavenly ladder. And I think part of that is the answer of his mouth. It doesn't mean the answer of his mouth is correct, but it means that process, that procedure, and that participation is necessary for him to come to any sort of truth, whether it be of the subject or of the external world, the world that is outside of the self. And so that brings us to the next part of this verse, which has to do with this joy and the having of this joy. So where exactly does that spring from? How does it come to find us? Is it the case that when this joy is experienced in the context of falsehood, that this joy ought to be scorned? And I think in light of the discerning approach, I would say that this is not so. Even given the truthfulness of verse 21, folly is joy to him that is destitute of wisdom. For one that is not destitute of wisdom, falsehood, I think, is an experience, an opportunity, rather than one of reality that one can live out, and to believe that this falsehood is their new reality. Instead of living under a delusion, the wise person accepts wrongful thought, understanding. And even more so, I think, accepts the possibility of firmly held ideas being wrong or not entirely correct, which I think is the foundation of humility. So this brings us back to this joy, this elated sense. think by the participation and by the procedure, even in cases of falsehood, one will have learned something. Even if one embarks on a journey but does not reach their destination, they have still traveled, and they still have experienced. And I think it, in this way, and not in the context of folly, but in the spirit of wanting to know the truth, that a man has joy by the answer of his mouth. And a word spoken in due season, how good is it? I think this is a beautiful extension, because in reference, in understanding of what we had just gone through here, that it doesn't matter if one makes a mistake, as long as it is in the spirit of truth. That then, a word spoken in due season, that is, a word that has been nourished, that has been brought to a state of birth, we can say, of transformation, of moving from one state to the next, in due season, implying that the time has come for something to occur, that when sufficient time passes, there are just natural changes to our environment, to our landscape, as the seasons of our year suggest and show us. Just in this manner, just as we can understand and have faith in the process that which will occur when the time comes, the word that is spoken in such a way, the word that is true, just like the season at a particular time will change and undergo that process. This is a good thing, because it is reliable, it is truthful. I think I'm going to finish this episode here. The next verse is one that I think will take some time, and this episode has ran long. But just as a preview, verse 24, the way of life is above to the wise, that he may depart from hell beneath. So we will continue next time with part 2 of chapter 15 of the Proverbs.